Okay. Do something useful. So, I don't know how long this stream is going to be. It's a random stream. We'll see. We'll see how productive I am. Not going to do the coding challenge because that would not be a good day today to do that. For many reasons. I am trying to figure out, wait a second, how to get the bot running that I want to get running. So, yesterday I was tinkering with this on stream at the beginning, and actually, that reminds me I need to do something. I'm missing some lighting here, which will aid in offsetting the background. There you go. So yesterday I was working on trying to get my bot connected so I could deal with subscriptions. So if you look at the Twitch API, so Twitch API is not the most readable of documents, but they have several ways of getting information beyond just the IRC communication. So the chat is the IRC part. They have Event Sub. And Event Sub has two ways of handling it, right? There's WebSockets and webhooks. And WebSockets, you maintain a connection, you get notified of things, and you know that connection opens up and stays open. Webhooks are you subscribe to Twitch. You say, hey, I care about this event, and you then when you give them an endpoint to call, so that when that event happens, they call that endpoint and give you the information. Right. This is what I'm focused on, the webhook stuff. Right. I don't really care about the WebSocket stuff. I don't want to deal more with connection stuff right this second. I want to kind of get some of these things working. They have subscription types. They have these different events that can occur, right? So, you know, channel cheer. We've got some new ones. Channel chat message. Any user sends a message to any specific chat room. Interesting. That's a new event. I'll worry about that later. That might be, so they have mentioned that they are trying to push towards using this, I think, instead of IRC. That actually might be that. They had mentioned that they're moving away from the IRC parts a little bit. Why would you care about conduit shard disabling? Interesting. And that's not under beta, that's under new. So if I get this working, if I get some stuff working, that'll be an opportunity to test some stuff and demonstrate how I add events to the webhooks piece. Yeah, basically, I need to be able to do that, right? I need to be able to say, hey, I care about these events. So, this is my main bot code, and I have developed webhooks component. And PubSub is the event sub stuff. That is not working. There's no way I'm going to get that working right this second. I'm going to focus on the webhooks piece. Obviously, the webhooks piece requires an endpoint to go to, so you have to have an open WebSocket, an open web server. You can't just give it an IP. You can. You have to register with them when you sign up via event, right? And right now I'm focused on my channel. I'm not focused on access to anybody else's channel. I'm not suggesting this is a global bot that can handle many different channels, because that's the way it's built, right? The way the API is structured, you could actually subscribe to, you have one central hub consuming events from different channels and distributing. The way I work with this is I have configured the events, right? And I can then set up handles for the individual events. So if I subscribe to it, then obviously I'm going to have a handle for it. So if a hype train begins or I get a follow or whatever, there's a way of me tracking that, and I can subscribe to those things. And then it literally is, I can configure the code to say, hey, use webhooks, which sets up the endpoint in the actual app, and then add local event handling. Right now, that's the only version. But then I can set up this to go and find all the handlers for the event types, and it will distribute if it has a registered handler or a type, it will call it, and this will then handle that event, so I can create these in my code. So the goal would be, from a usability standpoint, over here I have a demo application, and I could say, hey, I want to be able to do events. I want to say, hey, follow event handler, right? I gotta go back and refresh myself on how I actually set that up. Yeah. So Twitch webhook event handler of follow, and that would be the channel follow, right? Now that will console.writeline. line. Now, assuming I'm subscribed to it, then I can actually go and get the event information, etc. So return task, I complete task, right? So in here, actually, in actually my UI will do this right the second, the way I'm building it. This code behind here. I'm trying to subscribe to channel update, right? But I could do just as easily channel follow. With channel follow, then it would subscribe, and I provide a secret. So this secret can be set per channel. This is a key that it will pass in, and I'll validate with. So I need to test this piece to verify I can get subs working. There is a CLI, so I can validate the endpoint, and I can make sure that messages do go through it. But now I need to test this piece. What I should do is I should probably promote the fact that actually I'm streaming. Might be helpful, because this is an off time. So the idea with this is what I got stuck on yesterday. I realized what my problem was early this morning. The problem was I wasn't actually including both libraries, and these components, the core component, the root component of this subscribe request, lived in the parent library, not the library that I published. So I had to publish an update to that library. But basically, the idea is when this request is being built, it will actually call on configuring and hand in the delegate. That's the idea. And the goal is that this works as when I can go to Helix and build a request, and that is a subscribe webhook request, right? this webhook request takes the Helix API. So it's kind of like the code design is a little bit odd. Helix is kind of working as a factory here, so it kind of creates the request and then hands it an instance of itself, because that's where you communicate with. And then Helix itself has a client and is able to make calls. So their goal is that I can just create a new request, pass in this, and then I don't have to create methods on this Helix client. Everything I need to do, I can just whatever. I can just I can build a request. This will create an instance, and now that request is as if I'd added a method to this class, right? So I can extend this class through adding these pieces, and now I don't have to change my call Twitch Helix client, Twitch Helix API piece for adding new functionality to this Helix API, right? And I can test that with other things. Common methods that I might need would still live on here. So if I need to pass in names, etc., I can do that. If there's like things like get followers, etc., then maybe I need to do that or whatever. Authentication maybe lives on here. So that's kind of the goal. So the way that works is in Twitch Helix. So that's in my core code. And then I can get channels for user requests, right? So I can build a request. And then over here, right, I can do something like this, get subscribe webhooks request, which is actually the call to go and get all the things I've subscribed to. I could do get channels for user, etc., and it just builds those requests up because Helix is the one building it. Means dependency injection and stuff can also be taken care of if I want to do it that way. Although right now I'm just doing an activator.create instance. I could switch that around so that Helix is injected with the provider and then resolves that. Flexing the design as I go. So that's kind of a basic request just to prove it out, right? So this again will have all the logic for communicating with the API, but I can share information. Right? So I can say Helix get client, get async, etc. So a subscribe webhook request is a similar thing. It has an execute method, and when I execute it, I can pass parameters, and this allows me to configure so that each request can be handed different parameters, right? So I could build a request and hand it, when I execute it, the things it needs. So again, dependency resolution isn't a necessary piece of that component. In here, I can build up my content, right? So my parameters. I can get the client. I then call configure, so that's the event that we're looking at before in the other code. And that says, hey, when you're configuring, do this. So this is going to hand you the client that it's about to use so we can attach the right token. What I learned was that, and this again might change, but what I learned was based upon what you are asking for, Twitch requires a different access token. So if I'm requesting certain things, and it's highlighted in here, I believe. Somewhere in the documentation it's highlighted what it needs. But yeah, so this is one of the ones I wouldn't want to know about. Add break begin, because I might want to produce a message automatically to the stream. I might want to do all manner of different things, right? So I want to react to this. Must have channel read add scope. So I'm going to worry about that afterwards, the authorization stuff. Actually, maybe I don't need to do it. Maybe I need to worry more about that right this second, because that might be moderator read followers scope. I might have to worry about that this second. That might be my problem. So I need to go and validate what I actually have. So I need to learn something here, because I don't do this often enough. I don't remember how I actually go and get these scopes or attach the scopes to the actual token. One one of the things, if you're looking at this from the start, I don't believe Twitch makes this very obvious. I think it makes an assumption that you have a deep understanding of how permissions and stuff work. Because I do not have. So authentication, refreshing, getting OAuth, register your app, validating tokens, revoking scopes. Each API that your app calls specifies the type of token it requires. For example, some APIs require a user access token, others require an app access token. For APIs that require a user access token, the API reference content identifies the scopes the user must authorize. Right? The authorization gives your app permission to perform a specified action on the user's behalf. App access tokens don't use scopes. When you send an API HTTP GET request to authorize, you set the scope query parameter to the list of scopes required to support your app's functionality. So basically, to be able to subscribe to something, I need to also authorize with that scope requested. Right. So I'm going to risk displaying stuff on stream. This is why I normally don't do bot dev on stream, because I risk doing something I don't understand. There we go. So it's going to be, but that's token. That's not authorized. That's authorized client credentials. So that's the user scope. That's the user credentials. This. You send an HTTP GET to user app. So client credentials. That's token. Authorization code grant flow is user. Okay. That's client credentials. So public async task. So I need to know for each request what it's okay, there we go, we can do that. So for each request I'm going to ask for what I'm actually going to authorize. So if I go back to the bot code, let's make that simpler. So let's go to channel follow first. Right? So channel follow, webhook event ID, event. If webhook event has an too painful. Will this work if I attach permission, required permission as on this? So let's have a look. Public. This is gonna hurt to do, so I'm gonna make sure it's required permission. I'm not gonna make it part of the primary constructor, because if I do, I'm gonna break every single thing, and I'm gonna have to go through the entire API and do that. So basically, the way I see that working is here. It'd say, no, we need to do is the way required permission equals. So to do follow, go back and get so event sub webhook event. Let's open that in a tab. And let's go to description types, channel follow. So I have gone through and implemented a class for every single event through here so far, with the exception of those new ones, really to set the pattern for, what I'm going to need in the future. The channel follow description type sends a notification when a specified channel receives a follow, right? In this case, my specified channel, right? So I must have that authentication is the goal, right? So that would be moderator read followers. Okay. Now, what is the best way of tracking this? So from the usability perspective, right? If I'm building an application off this, right, and the way I'm treating this is very much, I'm treating this as if you as someone else coming into my stream and wanting to use this library is going to pick up this library and want to use it, right? I don't expect that, right? TwitchLib exists. People use TwitchLib all over the place. Groves, hello, how are you doing? How are things? So, yeah, I'm going to treat it like it's going to be used, but I'm not really panicked about it being used. Maybe this kind of changes as well. Because I know the events as well. Right? So when I have... Where's my subscription? Events, API, subscribe webhook request. Maybe this takes a little bit more and takes a event type, so I don't need all this is because I have this information on the entity itself. Webhook description parameters of like T event, right? Where then I can get that off of the T event. But then that becomes part of there. Because that's redundant. Because again, I have that event when I go to the follow channel, follow, I have that information, right? So going in and saying, hey, you have to enter this information, you have to know what you're after, seems redundant. If I could just do, okay, well, it's just follow, right? Because that information is stored on that class as an attribute, right? What I'm trying to build here, by the way, is this message, because that's how you subscribe, right? So for each event you can create, you can get a different secret. It validates the secret. It actually does encrypt, I suppose is the right word. So it validates, kind of when it gets the message in, it actually has to use that to get the data out of it. Otherwise it won't make sense. So you can set a global secret, right? Which this would, or you can set a, so what I've provided for is a secret provider. So basically I can say, okay, for this event, store this value and kind of create a secret per event. If we can do this, that takes the need out of that. Let's look at that from a design perspective. Subscription parameters type, T subscription condition, T subscription transport, event. I don't need that. And like T subscription event equals. No, but I don't have that information. That's more of a type. Right? Not know. Know that one or class. I don't think I inherit from anything on the follow. A webhook based event. Yeah, everything's webhook based event. And it's okay because this is all within the same structure. Interim. Interesting folder naming. With that in place, then I can take them out. So it's mainly the usage here that's going to be the challenge, right? So that would be T description event. Hold on. Twitch just told me it ran ads. Now it's telling me it's running ads again. So I apologize if it's actually doing it again. Right now I think I'm in talking to myself mode, so I don't think I'm risking anything, but where T subscription event is webhook base event. Yeah. And then over here, we need, there we go. So webhook subscription parameters now being non-generic needs a, or being generic now needs a base type. Of that anyway. So what does that give me then? This requires subscription parameters. I gotta be careful that I'm just not making the upriver or downriver. I suppose the downriver challenge is messier because obviously you can see this is quite a big class already. If I put subscribe webhook request T subscription event, right, where the subscription event is webhook based event, now that becomes that. And how do I do that? Override. That would, that's the challenge. We can't pass that down. That's only working because I've created I've created something that kind of works, but it's not the same thing. So that would actually be a breaking change. But that now isn't what I want it to be, because obviously this is trusting serialized parameters. I'd have to create a custom serializer, because obviously the structure previously laid out differently. It's just what I'm trying to figure out is where do I do the authorize, right? Do I do it beforehand? Or do I do it here when I say subscribe? Now I say, okay, well, now I'm not currently subscribed, because I'm going to have to say, hey, what permissions do I have? Or what scopes do I have? Get a list of scopes, store it for the Helix client when I start, and then know that I'm asking for something that I don't currently have, so I'm going to have to authorize that scope again. Is that a reasonable expectation of this execute, which is meant to be subscribing to the webhook? Because the idea here, what I'm trying to aim for is I can just say I can't start it, so it's not really useful. But I want to be able to say, hey, here's a UI. I want to subscribe to that. Well, saying that, I don't need to care about that, because I have to implement code for each one anyway. So it could be implicit. So I could get to here and assume that I have what I need. So all I need to do is create a custom serializer for a webhook subscription parameters that takes that. Remove that so that breaks that again. I want this to be broken deliberately. So that has to be a T subscription event. But now the base class here, this request, would need to change because now this has to accept T parameters. T parameters, T result, T parameters, T result. T parameters. Well, why does that care? Execute T parameters. I've got no definition of what T parameters really means. It doesn't matter. Our T parameters is on there. So this Helix request has to be. Oh, it has to just say that, doesn't it? There you go, it'll match. So now the usage of that would be, I'll go up here because I've got a kind of doing this, right? So that would be follow. So that should still construct. Okay. So that gives me my request. That still constructs okay. But this serializer is going to be wrong because I now need a custom serializer for this because now it's going to have to figure those pieces out itself. And API serialize is just a JSON serializer, right? That's just what I can do that. How to write custom converters. Do I need to register custom converters to challenge? Yes, I do. Is that reasonable to do in there? Nope, because this is completely standalone. Options. Is it on options that you get that? That's the actual converter. Sample basic converter. Converters, there we go. I want to do it this way. So what I'm worried about right now is if I do it the way I'm looking at doing it, right? I'll register a converter. I'm just going to keep an eye on my dogs. I'll register a converter, but then I'll have to load that converter up in here, which is kind of an internal read-only. So I can still do options. I assume I can do, let's say I can void initialize. I can still do options.converters.add, right? I can still do that, but it's more when do I do that, right? So the reason I put serialize down on the base class here is so that on the Twitch Helix class is so that I always have control over these pieces, right? I always forget them, right? So that I'm consistently serializing, deserializing, etc. Good or bad, right or wrong, I don't care. That's just me being consistent, and that's really all I care about. What is dog doing? So what I'm going to be careful of is that I'm not just chasing complexity after complexity and adding more complexity, right? Because I can just throw code in here and make it work, but in the end, I've got to keep an eye on what the end goal is. The end goal is basically, I don't need them. I can do that. I can define these pieces, and everything else just works, right? And then I know that whatever I put on here, I can pull out. The benefit of doing this is that now I know the permission, because I'm going to pair the permission that's required, so I can loop through all the things I know I want to subscribe to on startup and actually make a request for them. So if I treat it like this, right? So I've got events. So I can create a handler. So I can say, okay, go find all the registered handlers, and for each handler, check its permission, check the permissions on the thing that it's asking for, and see if we have that permission. And then kind of make that authorization call based upon all the scopes we know about. And then I don't have to keep doing that. And if I want to get rid of a permission, I can just remove that permission. And when the app starts up again, if it changes, I could potentially reauthorize and therefore not get that token, not get that scope. Or assuming that's how it works. So, bit by bit, piece by piece. What is broken right this second? Nothing is broke. Other than, when I go in here now, this isn't going to do what I want it to do. I essentially need a custom serializer. And the reason I need a custom serializer is because when I go to serialize this now, if I go to the base, I'll have condition and transport, but event is a type. It's not an actual thing. It's not something I'm storing, because I'm going to get that information. So essentially what I need to do is say, okay, well, public class converter, just for the sake. Public. Hey, Junicus, how you doing? How's things? Convert, whatever. Good. Good to hear it. I want to do converter of, like, description parameters. Hey, Thorolf. Hey, how's it going? Oh, email server. Rough. No, I didn't do the challenge. I'm not having a great day today. I chose not to do the challenge rather than rush it in. I'd rather just tinker with stuff that doesn't really matter, or, you know, no one's really affected by. Yeah, those days happen, right? So rather than trying to stuff it in, because I was late, I went out for breakfast. I had a meeting. I went out for breakfast and got back a bit later. Like I don't want to just try and shove a stream in with a challenge when I've not even planned it or prepped it. So I'd rather set some time aside and do it right. I think we were added to some spam lists and it's causing issues with some external not receiving. Oof. That's never fun when that happens. You are celebrating. No. No. You mean for my wife's birthday? No, I had I made dinner last night and we had ice cream cake and it was good. Don't go out much anymore. So this morning I was meeting someone, so yeah, goes to go out. Two birds, one stone, right? Go out, catch up, and have breakfast. Yeah, it was good ice cream cake as well. This week I think I've consumed a bit too much sugar. So I think next week I have to be on a... I'm not having very much sugar. I try and be disciplined because... Yeah. So I am tinkering with bot stuff because it's not going to hold me up on anything else. It's not going to make... I'm still hitting a weird issue, so I'll just step away. Yes, I'm still doing the whole karate thing. Pain or no pain. I will test for my brown belt next Saturday. These next couple of days I should be giving it a bit more, yeah. Yeah. I want to do sparring tonight, but I've had this tennis elbow, and if I push it too far, I won't be able to do my testing, because for testing I have to do 40, 40, 40. I have to do 40 push-ups, 40 sit-ups, 40 squats, then do 6 different one-step moves, then do I think 2 minutes of grappling, then do 3-minute rounds of sparring back to back. Yeah, so 40 push-ups with tennis elbow is not something I'm looking forward to. But in the same, I want to do the sparring tonight. So if I go, I'm going to have to say, my tennis elbow's cleared up fine. And hope that I don't push it too far. Although considering mainly it's little kids and stuff. Well, not little kids, but teenagers and stuff. Don't normally have to work too hard at sparring. But, yeah. Yeah, karate's a lot of fun. I enjoy it. And it's my escape. Get away from the computer, get away from everything. You can't think about anything else when you're, especially, especially when you're older and out of shape and trying to keep up with 15 to 20-year-olds. You don't get to think, I'm really stuck on that programming challenge, or, work's stressing me out. All of that goes away. That's the extra weight I've gained. Well, the problem is, I'm the same way, right? I'm not losing weight very fast, and the heavier you are, you try and do exercise, you're more likely to injure yourself. So you've got to kind of balance out how you do that. Nice. Probably just going to the gym. Yeah. After 25 years, but yeah, it's easy to lose track of, and it's very important. Right. The one thing I would say is, for anyone getting into computing, don't let that stuff slip away. Right. Get away from the computer. Go and do exercise. Do things that are not sitting at the computer. Even if it's standing desks don't count, by the way. Right. So yeah. How do I do this? I'm at the point in this framework of code that it's complicated enough that breaking it out into pieces isn't going to help me, and I'm trying to figure out how I'm going to do some of these different things. So that's why that's why this is a good day to do that. I can stream and just tinker. I went from the best shape I've ever been into the worst shape after my elbow, and yeah, getting back into things, and trust me, the older you get, the easier it gets to make excuses, and the harder it gets to actually do things. So, if I could go back and tell, 25-year-old me to do what I was doing and keep it up, I would, I'd listen. Yeah. Because it's easy to lose and not so. Again, as you get older, it gets progressively harder to get back. Yeah, 25-year-old me could happily go to the gym and run 15 miles on the treadmill and just be comfortable, and then still walk 3 or 4 miles to get home from the gym. I had no issues doing that on some days. These days, if I could run 15 meters on a treadmill, I'd be surprised. Although I do a lot more than I think I do at karate, so yeah. Okay. So what's wrong with the design? This design is busted because now I need to create a converter to convert this to JSON. So whereas previously, right, I'm taking this and saying, hey, just serialize the parameters. Well, now I've lost it and now I need to build something different. So I need to create a custom serializer for this base class. Because ultimately everything's of that class. It's just adding definition. I don't have a subscription event. I'm not actually, but it needs to be typed to that subscription event. So this serializer needs to do with custom deserializer or serializer. The deserialization doesn't matter. So I only care about serializing this out. Because again, the goal is, the way this is going to work is, I can create a handler. Once I have a handler, this stuff here, essentially, I can automate. I can just say the existence of a handler means I'm going to subscribe to it. So on startup of the application, I can say, hey, go and subscribe to these events if you're not already subscribed to them. Or these channels, or for this channel. I'm focusing this on one channel, mine. Then I can automate this piece. That way, to use this library, you should then literally just be able to do something like this and add the handlers in, and it would work. So if I want to subscribe to an event, I can just add it in here, and now it'll do whatever it needs to do on that event happening. So if that's update signaler or whatever, I can do it without worrying about any extra wire up. Which means I can the way I'm building this, I can make one management UI in Blazor, and then I can just add in all the components I need. So management or follows or things like that. I can actually see them all in one dashboard. And do whatever I need to do to react to them. Right. So saving information. Yeah. And like I was saying earlier on, for anyone got here, it looks like Twitch has added to this. So the event sub stuff has WebSockets and webhooks. Looks like you can subscribe to both, however you want to do it. But it looks like they have added now chat messages going through webhooks. Because that's the same permission that you need to get the chat in the bot, I think. It looks like they are starting to push towards using webhooks instead of IRC for that. But I will be right back. I need to, as Satolik says, get rid of some old water. Again. I'm not shutting the stream down. I will be back momentarily. Please stick around, Deflux. Come on, language, dude. Okay, I'll be right back.
Okay, I am back. My apologies for that. Do not start about water business. Deflux, welcome. You benefit from me having a... There's nothing like what Cito does. I wasn't trying to imitate. See, it doesn't let the dog out. How do you know that's what I did? I'm not putting up specific... I mean, I did do that. But I'm not putting up specific BRB screens based upon what I'm actually doing. I'll encrypt the actual thing I'm doing in the colour of the background. I know how long it takes to get water. When you're old, you don't move as fast. Deflux detect. Okay. I found myself, this must be a side effect of getting older. I found myself lately really coming up with some puns or plays on words, and having to hold back because I'm like, I just derail myself. That's a thing. I actually timed it right because as I went out, there was a knock at the door. It worked pretty well. It seems my wife might be having not the best of days because she ordered cookies. But didn't tell me she was ordering cookies. That was fun. Okay. What dev? So, what I need to do is create a custom serializer for this. That essentially takes this public class JSON converter. Converter. This is probably the single most horrific thing I've done. But cookies do taste better. Yeah. I don't write many custom JSON serializers, so this is going to be interesting. Actually, I do write many because I've done this recently. So what I did is, as part of this project, I actually wrote serializers because of these. There definitely is some serializers in here. There's a crazy class definition. It is, isn't it? Quite proud of it. Oh. So, in general, what I'll do when I'm doing this sort of hey, Mr. Anhon, how you doing? What I'm doing when I'm doing this sort of development, I will throw everything at the problem. If it gets overly complicated, if it gets, crazily reflective or whatever, I'll do that just to look back on what I have done and maybe see the simpler solution. I don't stop myself and think, I'm overcomplicating this, let's make it dumber. I let myself take it where it goes, and just explore. I don't have a deadline here. I'm not like having to solve this because I have someone demanding I get them a twitchbot out the door, right? I'm doing this because I want to be creative. So I let it flow. Try and keep it clean. Try and keep an eye on what am I actually trying to do. But then I can reflect back and I can see the things I can improve later. So if a class ends up looking like that, that's fine. P.S. A few weeks back, I was asking about MSX for packaging and delivering. A few days back, I found a cool solution I wanted to share. Velopack. Cool. So you're building an app using Maui on Windows. Apple game. After install, fast fallback. Again. New update manager. Okay, so it pulls its updates from there, checks for them, downloads, and applies them. Nice. Cool. I'm glad you got something there. That's awesome. Just as a text file. Nice. Cool. Go in here. Welcome, Puxas. Any tips to get first job in C#, small projects, ideas? First job in C#. Do you have any? Are you coming from an education background? Are you coming from a self-taught background and just trying to get your first job there? And welcome, by the way. But for auto dating apps, yeah. My first job doing Blazor and C# by deploying a Blazor app in the cloud. Right now I'm at IT uni, working as help desk, so I have something in common. Okay, so you're in school looking to get your first job. I mean, small project ideas, generally, everything. Yeah, actually, by default says if the things you can do in your office that help out and help, use that analysis skill of a developer, that's always useful. Although don't stick around because then you become the person responsible for maintaining said project. It doesn't mean there isn't tools and stuff you can develop. Generally, I keep an eye on what I want to do. Daughter comment. Welcome. Some of my friends started doing support in company, and from there tried to sneak into programming department. That's quite a common thing to do, in honesty. Working in support and then proving your worth as a developer. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. Depends on the company's visibility into your abilities. I'm not a big fan of doing Adventure code for that purpose. For practicing your analytics skills, for practicing your troubleshooting skills, maybe a little bit, but I prefer writing applications that do things that I need, that I want to do. I find them much more interesting and engaging and more realistic. For me, working on an open sourcing as well, not being afraid to use GitHub, prove that you understand that workflow. Because oftentimes employers, especially if you're looking for a junior developer, you're looking to bring someone on board and or most companies should, you're looking to mold that person, right? Help grow that person. So being able to prove, hey, I have a good handle on how to do PRs, I have a good handle on how to use Git properly, source control tools in general. So working on your own projects, showing that you're making meaningful commits. These days I tend to treat everything I do that I produce as a professional development thing. So everything I try and put out, I try and treat as if, someone's looking at that as my resume. One of the very first things I did when I was working in research and development in chemical. Each time we got a certain type of request, the sales team would fill out a form that would dump out as a JSON file into a Dropbox folder. My app would read the JSON file when I logged in the morning and automatically print out each ticket in the lab. Yeah, sometimes you will often find things that you can actually do. If it's a larger company, they may have permissions and stuff that prevent you from doing it, but building. Talking about GitHub, did you look at that water PR? No. I know it's there. I'm deliberately treating it as a stream thing. So I will be reviewing that on Monday on the next water stream. I want to make sure I don't prepare for those sorts of things, so everything's kind of realistic. Actually, it's realistic. I'm putting it off. It's fine, like in real life. Don't read the PRs. I know my company will open junior and intern positions in July, so I need to improve. If not junior, then at least intern. I know I'm messing with you. AWS things in my company working with Lambda on this. I mean, just keep practicing. Just keep working on things, but don't just do little things and say, "Hey, I did this." Just keep writing software. That's the best practice and the best preparation for writing software is writing software. Thank you for the follow. Who's this? I've never done Advent code. I've tried Advent code, but I just don't engage with those sorts of things. Like, in coding in interviews, coding challenges, coding things just to test you. I just prefer, hey, I can write software. I don't need to prove that I can solve this crazy little algorithm in the most efficient way possible, because in reality, very few code bases need to do it that way. Coding Gorilla, whatever happened to the game library? The game library has not gone away. I just realized that people are not as engaged with that stuff. I still have the game library. I work on that sort of stuff in spare time. So if I'm going to stream, even bot dev, I've got to keep to a minimum because people don't find this as engaging, especially with my presentation style. Do you all use Slack or Teams? Why not message the team lead? Say you've been learning C# on the side, we'll be able to teach you anything. That can work. That can also backfire. Yeah, programming is not a spectator sport. I mean, I'm streaming it, so it's not. No, so. Did you actually end up? So I do have a site for game. So yeah, Unicus, as you asked, did you end up actually inventorying your collection? I'm waiting for it to load. I've reached a C#. Yeah, I've got some ideas. I need for sure improve on working with cloud. Cloud is definitely, that's my weakest area. It's the area that I'm most afraid to go into. I look at job specs and they ask for cloud stuff, and I'm like, I don't know how to learn that stuff, but being honest. So that is an area I want to improve personally. But I'm going to do it through doing stuff, right? So I do have this app. I'm sure we've seen this before. So I do have every single game catalogued in this, yes. Right now I'm up to 1,658. Actually, not every game. So I do have a new game to add. Actually, 3 more coming today. So I just got a Retrobit game. How do I pronounce that? Soldace on the Sega Genesis. So I go in here. Laser. This app just started. Actually, the developer's terrible. So this is Soul. Which is the shoot 'em up. Actually, I'm a Genesis. Publisher. Do I have Retrobit? Yes, I do. Yep. So I can add a game. I can go. I get this last week sometime. Last Wednesday. It's mint sealed. UPC. I do have barcode scanners, by the way. That is my ultimate goal, to have a barcode scanner so I can check games out and I can play them. I can catalog. I have bigger ideas for this catalog. I can go and look it up. I can say that. I think. Yeah, I did. It's 60 bucks. Right. There we go. So when I do that, it hooks it up to price charting, and now it's tracking prices. Yeah, I've got 2 barcode scanners. I have a handheld one, portable handheld one, and a desktop one. I consider myself a collector when I added like 100 games. Yeah. So I do have an app. It is tracking every single game. Well, actually, not every single game. I have about 35 Atari 2600 games to put in, a couple of dozen 3DS games, a couple of dozen Game Boy games, a couple of dozen Game Boy Color games. But they're all loose and in boxes and stuff, and yeah. There's nothing of significant value in any of those collections, that's for certain. Yeah, I tracked the top 3. So it shows me the top 3 prices. If I go to, let me see if it'll work. So I pay for price charting. So that's making a live call to price charting when I go and search. So when I click that button, then it actually popped up and searched that. So then I can download that file, so I can go to here, go to pricing update. Let's not show that. Can download that. This will fail and then succeed. So now I can put that on the shelf because I've tracked it. So in general, Pugsas actually works as a demonstration. What I'm doing here, this is an app that I wrote to track my games, right? I have, and as I've learned, a kind of silly number of games. This is actually kind of considered a large collection now at this point. I didn't know if it was, seriously. But I built this to practice. I don't build these apps to necessarily share. I build these to practice, to test my skills, to learn new things, new frameworks, new UI, etc. And I've done that a lot on the stream over the years. I just kind of realized that the gaming stuff, unless I actually have a solid solution that I can show, people don't really engage very well with it because it's not really something everyone can apply to. Good resource to learn .NET Identity. I would start with Microsoft. Again, that's not an area I do a lot of stuff with. There's a lot of areas you can get by without knowing a lot. So as you go forward with development, learning how to learn and learning how to read the API docs, learning where resources lie. And by .NET Identity, do you mean the built-in identity provider stuff? Rather than necessarily using that? There's a couple of Docker images, some people can run it on their own home lab. Yeah. The Microsoft docs, sometimes are a little bit heavy, but they are pretty much kept up to date. So, it's funny, in this app, so Water Drink Water is a stream app, and this goes to anybody involved. This is an application that we're building on stream. It's not built in the best possible way. It's built in a relatively quick but kind of structured way. And the goal is to build it on the stream and allow pull requests and contributions to it. Allow different API, different UIs to be added to. Right now, it's kind of built in auth. So we create a user, we set a password. It's one way, encoded, encrypted, and then I think that's a trapdoor, right? Or whatever it's called. And it creates a JWT. So there's some of those pieces in there. Astral. Welcome, by the way. Thank you very much for chatting. I've gone from, in the space of like 40 minutes, I've gone from talking to myself for almost an hour to to lots of people active. So this is great. It's a good idea to upload my GitHub every app as portfolio, just stuff that I can be proud of. Be proud of everything. Show your progress. No worries, Thorolf. Thank you very much for stopping by. Appreciate it. MS official docs are best for that stuff, yeah. It's a good place to start and understand what you need. Generally, I haven't learned a lot about identity because I've never needed to implement anything. But as and when the need comes, then I go and try and solve those larger problems, right? Is there a page with issues that I can solve? For the Water Drink Water app, yeah, we actually are now. There's some issues in there. There's some PRs, so we'll review them on stream on Monday. So my normal streaming time is a little earlier than this, several hours earlier. And I'm normally streaming from 7 to 9 Eastern. Today I have a day off. That always fails, and now it'll load. So yeah, if you're interested in contributing to Water Drink Water, that is deliberately an app for learning and for committing to. Now, if you do a PR, I'm not guaranteeing that every single PR will be committed, right? It will be reviewed on stream, critiqued. I'm not expecting everyone to hold to a level, but it's a learning opportunity. So, I'm not going to be deliberately mean and hold someone to a standard that I would expect. But it is kind of, hey, here's the process. Here's submitting PRs, and here's an architectural change. Here's refactoring. Here's unit testing. Here's this. So that project is very much aimed at helping anybody who wants to get their some practice. So I should have led with that, to be honest. It's still kind of new to me, the concept of using the app to help people like yourself build something that's meaningful. So the idea is an application for just tracking water consumption. So when I've got a bottle of water here, right? I want to make sure that I'm drinking 64 or 72 ounces of water a day. I consume 24 ounces there. I'll log that. Yeah. Leak code, again, I don't like things like leak code either. That's a personal preference. I don't think doing those little programming challenges really gives you what you need as a developer. Realistically, what you need to be doing is practicing reading code, writing code. And when you're doing little challenges, all you're worried about is a specific optimization. I can count on one hand how many times I've actually had to come across super optimization in an application that hasn't been more involved anyway, right? Maybe a small algorithm update to try and make something a little quicker. And that's what leak code and those sorts of challenges are. kind of, oh well, what if 1 million requests come in? Then you've hit it big and you're not maintaining it anymore. Spend time in the real world, get used to IDE. Yeah. Most people over-optimize code. Yeah, I'm similarly guilty, right? But that's why it's useful to code as a group, because then when someone sees that, they can call you out for it, right? What is the best way to learn development or any programming language in general? Yeah, like Tick says, write code. Just start with something simple. If it's like the to-do list example, going with something like a small application to track to-dos, or, President, you have to know what method works best for you. Yeah, I'd agree. Maybe that comes from how's the term now? Self-guided learning it's not self-taught, because it's not like I've figured out how everything works, right? I've had to go and read things, right? So the term is self-guided learning now, right? What I would say is, whatever you do, find something you're passionate about. So find something that you're energized with, you actually want to chase doing, because then it will keep you focused on what you're doing. So this, for me, is something that I care deeply about, right? I love video games, right? The irony is I spend so much time coding stuff to track the video games, I don't get to play the video games that I want to track, right? Because everything in here, I want to play, right? I've got games literally dating back to 1977 in here, and I just want to play, but I also have to kind of, I'm kind of dedicating myself to the growth right now, so that I can maybe retire early and play more of these games, right? I guess my way of learning isn't best because I can write code like all day up to 2 to 3 and then no code for like 2 to 3 days. It doesn't matter if it's the best. It's why are you doing it, right? Are you enjoying it? I personally feel you should enjoy what you do, right? And if you're writing code because you want to get rich, then that will show in your actual coding. Because you're chasing something, right? You're chasing a larger goal. The coding is just a side effect. But yeah. Here's a dumb sample, but I've recently started going to the gym. I watched somebody trying to make a workout tracking app on stream. I wanted to help them, so I'm writing this as a reference app. Find something you like and try to make a simple app around it. To do it is meh, or something simple that, yeah, and I think that goes to point of President point is find the best method for yourself, right? It's easy to say, go do this, right? But in reality, the best way of writing code, learning to write code, is to just write code and get it wrong. I apologize if you are in an app. An ad? Sorry, not an app. I will actually hold off on any more decent discussion there. Kid on stream is second year in CS, and yeah, that's awesome. $200. Don't know where they get some of these prices from, though. Money is 20-25% my goal. Yeah, and you're starting out, so the money is not going to be great to start with. You're going to get paid poorly. If it's something you want to make a career out of, though, just keep having fun and chasing that. Don't get stuck. The Xbox really does not hold its value. Games. The Xbox platforms in general don't gain pricing. Like, maybe I don't have a lot of decent games for these platforms, but in general, like, they never climb. Like, Ridge Racer, $300. I've actually messaged him and said, I don't think that's right. Who's paying $300 for Ridge Racer? I mean, maybe even quicker. Again, so there's a lot of, and I apologize if anybody's really not really caring about this, I apologize, but I've seen a lot of, recently, and I've got it up on stream before, senior developer must have 4 years college, 3 years experience, right? Don't chase a senior title. Don't chase becoming management unless you really want to go that way, right? Becoming a manager does not necessarily mean you get to make bigger decisions. It means you get to account for people not doing the right things, right? If you want to be a developer, develop. Keep developing, keep practicing the art, right? And don't chase, don't chase a title, chase what you want to do. And if they feel that you are of a senior level that you can guide other people, that's also a benefit. But shouldn't be something you necessarily chase after. We were talking about this yesterday with Thorolf, actually. It's I just want to have fun doing this stuff. That's where I come from. Right? That's why I stream it. I stream it so I can have fun. I can share that fun. I can share the challenges, the reality of doing this. Everything I'm doing on stream is practice. What was I doing? We'll have to come back around on basic because that makes it. So Twitch API, if you haven't met it before, some people love it, some people dislike it. I am in the dislike camp because maybe I dislike the documentation rather than the API necessarily, but there are some confusing components of the API, such as they are consistent until they're not consistent, right? So most of the messages follow this type of this pattern, but then certain ones will completely disappear away from that pattern, or they'll have so condition. Well, now this needs a moderator. So a channel follow request needs a moderator user ID to be able to subscribe to it. Why does a channel follow need a moderator? So this condition object, right? Channel follow condition. So they have objects that look the same but aren't the same. So there's some stuff that's inconsistent. It kind of drives me nuts, but that is the problem with developing software and not being able to change it, right? You build an API that's shared by thousands of people, you're going to end up with some deprecation that hurts. So you got to be careful to maintain compatibility. Where is it? So I know I have done custom converters for some of this stuff. Yes, I have. Oh, well, they are. So the way I built this is I kind of modeled every single object in that API, in that webhook API, right? And I kind of tracked, okay, here's how all these work, right? For every single event, I've categorized them where possible. Then the values, here we go. The values also have some challenges with serialized, deserialized. So that I had to create these things, right? So this is how it reads and how it writes the objects. Normally for the special enums that I created, right? So Twitch delivers you bits, subscription, or other, and I wanted to put types around it. So I had to do these JSON converters for these things because they have to be, so basically I said, okay, it will convert it to, type, and then it will try and cast it as, I have an implicit operator, it will try and cast it to contribution type,
But if that comes back null, i.e. this one comes back null, it'll return a default. So that I don't break it or anything. Then similarly, when I write it, I go and get the actual value of the string. So I can serialize and deserialize from these special enums. So this would be that. that is some method signature. Strongly typing for the win, I love it. So the challenge here is what I need to be able to do is when I serialize this, so I won't need to read it at this point, right? So if that happens, throw an exception. I only need to write it because this is purely for outgoing purposes. And I'm only putting it on here right now because I've got to figure out where it's going to live. Right? All of this is generic, so I could just use that type dot whatever. What am I going to do here? If you are interested in this, by the way, all this code is available. I don't think it's there. I think that's the TBD friends. Where's the other one? Linked in the channel, in the panels below. Definitely. My GitHub is TBD develop. This is the shared one where other projects go. I do also have a Discord, so if you actually are interested in continuing any conversations, seeing what I'm trying to, if we have larger conversations about, we recently, yesterday we had one on story pointing. So I'm trying to make sure they go into the Discord channel so that we can continue conversations off stream, especially on something like that where we can share links and opinions, etc. So if you're interested in joining the Discord, you're more than welcome to. Okay. So what does this need to do? So in reality, what I need to do here is I need to say, okay, write string, I think. Right? Open. I don't use this sort of stuff very often. So anything I've got a type on, I've pretty much got a custom converter, right? Write string value type. So here I've got to do write. Okay, yeah, there we go. Is that actually going to work? Maybe. So those work okay, because they can be serialized. Right? And I'm kind of creating this nested thing. What I'm looking for here is I need to take this part and this part from that one type. Right? So ultimately what I'm going to do is say, okay, well, var attribute equals value dot event. That's a bad custom attribute. This isn't that. That is I go to follow. I'll follow. I'm looking for this webhook event attribute, right? Some references. If attribute is not null. This was a long time ago, and I don't know if somebody asked, but did you try using JSON serializer from the system text JSON? Yeah, I'm using.
Not sure I follow. So the problem here is that, well, yeah, I have done that. So the reason I need a custom converter in this instance is here I have a type based off of this, right? I don't actually have an object to serialize. I'm not actually serializing an object here. This type will have, by virtue of being a webhook, it will have this attribute because I have to define it because that's how I hook all the strings and the subscriptions up, right? So it will have to have it, right? If it is null, I need to throw an exception here and just blow up, right? But I need to get two pieces of information off that, right now, which are the type and the version. So yeah, that's why I'm doing it this way. I need this custom converter because I need to create an actual object on demand. These are okay to serialize as they are. These are nested objects anyway, but I actually have those objects to serialize, so this will work. I only need the write because I'm never going to read one of these objects back. Oh, I say never. I should never say never. But I don't need to plan for that eventuality. In the other case, that's because Twitch gives me a string and I want to make it a meaningful type. So I make it a meaningful type so that in the handlers, right, so if I have, where's follow channel handlers. Maybe I didn't create a test for follow, but if I go in here, this event has all the objects on it, right? So the event dot message dot, right? So these have the objects, so I can actually interrogate them. Yeah. So this piece I'm working on at the second is for the subscription component, so that I don't have to, because right now in my bot code, this is my sample code, right? Right now I have to specify those two pieces of information in my current design. But if I can put this on here, right, this event, if we go to it in this code, has this attribute on it, right, which has those two pieces of information, right? And if I do this, I can actually add on. And essentially, this is then working as actual self-documentation of Twitch's requirements, right? Gerald McCann, thank you very much for the follow. Welcome. Hope you are well today. So, yeah, it's kind of it's actually working to self-contain all the appropriate information for an event subscription in the actual event hook that I have. And the way this works is then, when I receive one of these, I have a little publisher, essentially, that turns around and events this out so I can actually create a handler. So my goal here is in the design, what I will do is in this code, right, I will create the handlers for the events I want. So if I care about follow, yeah. So you did. Yeah, I went through every single event so far that was there and implemented everything. Because I know how to spend a Saturday night. I tested them all, by the way. They actually are. I have verified with the CLI tool, because you can download the Twitch CLI tool, and actually verified that I can actually receive all these events. Yeah. So, never let it be said I don't know how to have a good time. So, again, this code is all available. I need to go, 1 second, let me go to Streamlabs. Yeah. I'm just going to go and check the commands that I have. Because again, I'm trying to make sure I don't have to have CloudBot enabled by doing this. Twitter. No, not enabled. I'm not using that platform. Water, project, friends. Modify. for stream related projects. Check out that, or for my personal stuff. There we go. So now I do GitHub. There you go. That's probably more relevant. So on my personal GitHub, the TBD develop one, that's where this bot code is. So if you just want to take all the webhook event stuff to have the classes defined, go ahead. More than welcome to help yourself. So what I'm doing here is, and I'm stuffing it in here right now so I don't have to keep moving back and forth between the two files, right? What I need to do now is say, okay, well, this attribute has a version, right? And it has an event string, right? So that's why that's not a good name, because it doesn't make sense. So I need to do writer.write property name, and that's, I think it's just version. Yeah, version. So let's do type first. Writer dot write. Why does it do that way? Well, because I'm serializing an object, right? No, it's not that. I want to compare your webhook endpoint that receives the hook and see it versus some other things I have somewhere I can't. I can find it. Okay. Oh, if you look at the webhook branch in my GitHub, it should have stuff in there. Does this have write property? No. Right. That is this is a string. Right, string value. Does this take a property name and that, or do I have to do it that way? So writer.write property name type writer.write string value attribute dot version. I'm not even messing around with int parse. So because of the way my desk is laid out, I sit awkwardly to code like this. So normally I can code looking there, but because of the resolution of the monitors, I have to sit. Yeah, so writer.write property name version. Writer.write string value. Should just 1 second. That's that. I'm having a great time with this. And it's not been the smartest about it, my apologies. Okay, so that should now pull that information off of that object. So now we're just going to figure out, how do I get this? And this needs to not be event. Subscription. It's actually event type. Because now this converter needs to be registered. If I don't register it, it won't be used, but where do I register that? So it essentially needs to be registered before this happens, right? Because this will now, and that is generic enough, it can be just registered once. So maybe it's okay to do it that way. Unconfiguring, invoke, execute, helix request. That will be to Twitch helix. So here's the configuration. Serialize. It uses
But so this does not know about the other part is the problem, right? This is in the Twitch Helix as an API representation, is in the core of the bot here. Right? So that lives here. The piece I need to register is in here. tbd.bot. Chatty is the coding challenge from last coding challenge stream. It's this branch. I haven't merged it yet because I wanted to get. I hadn't actually managed to test this, so I actually wrote this code a couple of months ago, so just before Christmas, and just again, I like to have the stream up and running. I like to do something good on stream. I don't like to spend lots of time doing this sort of stuff. So it means that I lack some interactivity on the stream, but I think in general it's okay. And I'm always looking for if there's some things that would be more interesting, if there's things that are not interesting, let me know. Okay. So I need to figure out how to register something with this or move this component out. So that's the best place to do it. It's probably in the initialization, the best place to do it. So service collection extension, webhook configuration builder, singleton. You could build a webhook configuration builder. Get secret delegate. So again, I've tried to break things down into extensible components. So I have this secret provider concept. So when you actually are registering the webhooks, you can say, hey, this is my secret provider. What it means is when the application, when it actually runs webhook configuration builder, secret provider delegate, there's some methods in there, secret for subscription type. So each subscription type can have its own secret, or this, if you provide one provider, then it will always return the same secret. So, because Twitch does allow you to set a different secret for every single message, every single event sub. So, you know, if someone gets the secret for one type of message, they don't necessarily get the keys to the kingdom, I suppose, the benefit. That can be this card. So we are going to, where do I do this? Where do I do this? There's a web app. Okay. So this is the actual, it's called an extensions because it just adds on. So there's two parts to this, add webhooks and use webhooks. Add webhooks configures everything, use webhooks, and it's the same pattern as ASP.NET, right? So you get the adds at the top, and once you've built the application, you get the use. This injects, because I'm basically using minimal API. And this configures the endpoint for this, so you can still configure the actual endpoint it listens to. This will pull out all the headers from the message, so this will receive this, right? Plus the headers that come in, they give you more information. It will validate the headers, so the headers look like this, so it will give you the message type, the retries, etc., all this sort of information. Yeah, this is the one endpoint, so you configure it and this is what it subscribes to. It pulls the message out, it gets the secret provider, and then validates the secret. So in here, it will call the secret provider, which is just a method to call. So that will go and say, hey, this type, we'll pass it the headers, and that will then understand. The assumption is it will then understand. I'll show you that afterwards. Message validator will then take that, use the secret, compute the hash, etc., do that, and validate that this message is definitely correct. And if it is valid, it will then go on, deserialize it, if it can. If it can't, then it will return a bad request, and Twitch will get notified of that. And then it will create a mapping. The event mapper is necessary to try and take all the data into the right object to give you the actual event, right? So this will figure it out and put it back again. Serialize, deserialize stuff here, right? And then when it can, it will give it, so you set the application up with an event publisher, and then it will publish that event out as an actual typed object into whatever you set up. So in the sample program, here, I say, hey, add a secret provider, and I give it my sample secret provider, which again is here, which no matter what you get, it returns that. This isn't used right this second. Don't know why. I'll figure that out afterwards. Because you can actually set up different users, essentially. Again, some future-proofing, some not, but this will... So now the idea will be you create one that has a database store, right? So you'd inject the database connection, and you'd be able to go and load it, so you'd be able to store all the secrets. And then, yeah. And so all this does is really sets up a provider, and then calls that with the subscription type. And then you add the local event. In this case, add local event handling just configures a local event publisher, which is basic. And the goal being that once you get it, and I've again tested this is just me testing that worked. This will then configure the webhook, set all that up, and then I can use the CLI, fire it off, and it will actually trigger the right handler. Now, again, I verified all these. So everything in the webhook testing folder has been verified. There are a few missing because I didn't think to do this until I was a few in, but then that's fine. I need to take a quick break. It looks like I have to walk a dog. Our break just started, so that's perfect timing. I'll be right back. Thank you for hanging out. Thank you for being here. Appreciate it. Yeah, right back.
Okay, I'm back. My apologies. I chose to try and keep an eye on things while I was away. Don't often use that tool. Clown music. Huh. I mean, it sounded to me when I first put it up there more video gamey. If you've ever heard Puzzle Bobble, it kind of sounds like that to me. But now I'm thinking about it being clown music. So. If I ever got to the point where the stream was of a decent size, financially, I would definitely invest in an overhaul of everything. That's for certain. But becoming a dev streamer on Twitch is not going to make you rich. That's for certain. Well, you could do. Yusef, welcome. How you doing? So for those that don't know, I do stream on YouTube and Twitch. So all the videos from this stream are available on the YouTube channel later. So there's instant VODs, essentially. Okay, so my challenge is, how do I register this piece? I have I have a subscribe webhook. There's Helix. Oh, maybe it is in. No, it's not. It's not. Webhook subscription parameters is a subscription parameters in webhook's infrastructure. So it is here. Enter it. What are you doing for today? Today I'm doing some bot dev for twitchbot. Just figured I'm home on a day off on PTO, and really not feeling very engaged with trying to tackle larger problems. He says as he's trying to solve something that's kind of messy. So I figured I'd do some. I know I was running late, so the stream didn't start on time. I was going to do a coding challenge, but because I started it so late, I figured I wouldn't do that. And yeah, so just tinkering with some bot stuff and some general coding. And if anyone has any topics they want to discuss as well, that's also open. So, as always, I do not need to be productive on the stream, right? I'm always happy to sit and talk about code as well as I am do the code. So, I will stream for a little while longer and see if we can get some progress made with the Twitch bot. So what I need to do here is not click on random thing like that. I need to figure out how to register this converter. So transport definition. So the problem with this sort of stuff is Twitch gives you most of the information on these things. Apex, thank you very much for the luck. Watching without audio. which gives you all these message packet things. And what I wasn't sure about was these transports and conditions, etc. Because what they have this disconnected, so they have these subscription types here. So then you click on, say, channel subscribe, and it takes you to this. Then you can click on the transport here, which takes you to, I believe, the reference. Yeah, reference for transport. So transport can have, at the very minimum, has a method. It can have callback, secret, session ID, connected at, and disconnected at. Right? Most of them don't have that. Most of them just have these three. Well, yeah, actually, all these three are WebSocket, so I don't need them because I'm implementing webhooks. So method, callback, and secret. But again, they don't. So I have the subscription transport definition, right, which I created to kind of be generic, but it actually doesn't need to be generic. Maybe I'm starting to solve some problems here. So the subscribe webhook request takes a webhook subscription parameters, which requires a subscription transport definition. This condition as well, right? So the conditions are different. Every single one can be different, but they all kind of are. So this is kind of like, oh, we need something different. Let's just call it a condition and stick it in there. So that is the generic part, right? So essentially, I don't need to have this part on here as a generic, right? That just needs to be that. That can go away. That can go there. I don't need that or that or that anymore, which starts to clean this up a little bit. Another benefit of not having this in another file, now I don't have to go chasing errors. That cleans that up. But now that means that isn't required. So that. Webhook subscription parameters is that. Transport condition. So again, from the usage standpoint, that's what this looks like, right? So what I'm cutting it down to is that. Because then it can infer its extra parameters. So now all I care about from the generic perspective is that, because I know these two pieces are specifically right. That's not going to break anything there. But I now kind of have no real need for this. All I'm storing here is these types. These are being marked as can be private because I'm using these now only internally. But I don't want to do that right this second. I still need to solve. If I can solve this part, then I can move some of this around. I still have to solve the problem of auth tokens or scopes. Okay, back. Welcome back. Where do I put this? My instinct is to kind of put it in the initialization of the output.
because I have extensions here, right? So it would be in service collection, event mapper. But the problem is I don't have. This is the sort of thing that you as a consumer of the library, right? Or one of me, should not necessarily have to worry about, because it is an internal concern. Now I've made it an internal concern, right? Before it wasn't, because they were there. But again, because I know these implicitly, because they're always attached to these things. That's okay to reference. Well, it doesn't do that right this second. So, but again, because those attributes exist, I can apply that. I still have to figure out how I'm going to do the auth, but that can become a startup concern, I think. Again, secret provider. You have to build this for real. We're gonna have to inject the secret provider and do all that sort of stuff, and then generate the secret for this entity. The configuration builder adds these things. The problem is I'm taking something that exists. Like, I only need to do this once, so I don't need to do it every time. I don't need to make a mess out of this. What I need to do is say, hey, when you're starting up, by the way, here's your converters. But I don't want to make that a really difficult reflection thing. Reflection, okay, I'm a fan of reflection. I love using it because I think it can do some very cool things. But in this instance, I don't think it's necessary. I think what I need to focus on is more, I just need to explicitly say, yep, use this converter when you're converting objects. But the problem is that these are not. So this request is made. I want to make it, hey, you need to make sure your serializer is registered for this object, because there is no different version of this object now. It's just this one serializer for this type. So in Helix, I do this. I can't generalize serialization. No. You know what? Why not? Not convinced on the whole having a converter for each event type. There's not, okay, so there's not a converter for each event type. I've been in a meeting, so maybe I missed something. Why not just use an interface to get the converter?
So right now I've kind of put these methods on here, and I'm now wondering if they even should be on the Helix. So it made sense to kind of stick them with the API, but they don't necessarily need to live there if I can inject some form of, because again, where they're used here is in my requests that I can pass in. These are DI. No, they're not DI. Yes, they are. Well, it could be. Sorry, I'm going back and forth. Because I kind of built this in such a way that I was kind of really just seeing what fit next, and it kind of felt good from an API perspective. But it's made it more complicated code, because ultimately what I need to do is, let's say I do I serializer, right? Then that goes there, right? Now that would understand, because I could register that when I start up, and I can do the explicit serialization in this app piece versus elsewhere. Converter itself, so because going back to what you said, not convinced on the whole having converter for each type. The event types themselves are not, they don't have a specific converter, right? So the begin event does not have a JSON converter. I actually do put JSON property names because I know it's going to be JSON serialized. It's when I have an enumeration on those things. Twitch does heavily use enumerations, and they just give you a string back. So I wanted stronger typing around those things, right? So, see, status is just a string there. But I wanted to be able to say, from a user standpoint, watch this, I won't find one now that has actual, this looks like it could, with the value types. We'll look at handlers, we'll look at events, values. Anything that has the word type on it is normally an enumeration of some sort. Like, because what Twitch tends to do is have, or something like, actually, the best one is actually subscription, I think. Sub-tier. Yeah, here we go, sub-tier. I didn't want to put the word type on it. Yeah. The worst part about this one, so these are when I use the converters, because I'm just being clever, or overly clever potentially, with operators to cast to and from, so I can take string and serialize, deserialize, etc. Twitch has two or three different methods of actually doing tiers for subs, depending on which message you have. One, they have 1,000, 2,000, 3,000 for tier 1, 2, 3. And then another, they have, I want to say they have like 500, 1,000, 1,500 or something like that. So they mean the same thing but different. But that's when I use the converters for these messages. They're not per event, they're per value type on an event, right? So stream type is used in different events, right? It's used on this. So if you get this event, you get stream type, and then you can go and say, oh, stream type dot watch party, instead of doing stream type equals watch underscore party and having to understand that. So that's how I use those. So those converters don't matter. They are registered. I don't need to worry about those being registered, because why do I not need to worry about that? No, not per payload. I'm not doing a custom one per payload. This is a serialization. The others are deserialization. But they are, and they work. So I must do it somewhere. Where do I do that, actually? That's a good point. Must do it somewhere. Oh, I know how to do it. I probably provided the converter on the fly, because what happens is in the webhook,
I go and deserialize and I give it incoming subscription message type. That is this. Right. So I serialize the subscription part. This is what I'm deserializing. So essentially that is these pieces. But that's not the same. So this has, yeah, this is where this gets messy. Yeah. Okay. But that takes the string content, which comes as to get the body. Secret provider message validate. I know this part works. And then I take the message and content again, map it, deserialize from wrapper. What was John Horn? What about him? What's his GitHub? I'm going to hold back any level of sarcasm. I've solved this problem and I'm not sure how I solved it is the challenge. And again, that's a question of like how. Here we go. Here we go. As I do it. I have an event mapper, and the event mapper has its options. And I register all the converters. This is how I do it. Because even if this is a nested instance, right, this will actually now create an instance of the JSON converter and then add that converter into the list of converters so that when I go and try and map an entity, those custom converters have registered. So I kind of need to do something similar. I mean, technically this would do it. This will know about that custom converter, but that's event mapper. That's not really stunning. The dog's doing. My dogs are being a little weird today. They're kind of just wandering around, sniffing and everything. Just trying to keep an eye on them. Yeah, so I need to do something similar to this. I think it is wrong for the Helix API part to have its serializer stuff. So I'm going to remove that. Right. No, not that part. Well, that's Twitch API. I did the same thing. I copied it. I did make this internal, so you can't just go and mess around with the options, which is fine, but let's remove these pieces. That will break.
Not too much, but it will break. Aim for options. This, so that is because of that, which is fine. What's that? I can remove them. Right this second. That can stay. Actually, I can move that there. Right. That could create an inconsistency, but I'll worry about that later. When I was using interface to get a converter, so I could create another converter. So I do have. So right now, all that's happening is get channel for user request. So again, that's why I put it on the Helix request, right? Because the Helix request is the one that. So if I do it this way, Twitch Helix. So right now, this uses get request. I would need to do iService provider here. No, that's a bad design, right? Now here, I'd have to do return provider dot get required service, type of T request. Problem there is I need to feed. No, because that. Get service. That's the request. Okay. I'm going to test this. So that now gives me a provider. So that means that so now I could provide, creating just one use case so far. But now I could provide a, I request serializer or something like that, right? Into that. But I need the contract to exist in here as well, because this has serialization as well. I mean, this feels heavy-handed. But in the same, I don't fancy jumping back and trying to rebuild all this code, because that might not be as productive either. So now, because I'm using DI to get these things, right? The Helix client will be created. I don't think the Helix is. They get dependency inject this. So when I register it, infrastructure extension. I gotta kind of standardize some of this stuff because it doesn't make a lot of sense. When I add StreamBot, add commands, add Twitch, add Helix, I do add an HTTP client. I add default headers and stuff. But that should work for DI. So now, because I inject the provider, I should be able to get the provider to generate this. Go live when I can actually watch. Yes. It's a rare occasion these days, but yeah. Welcome. How you doing, Expanded?
Really good. Not bad. Not bad. Having a mixed day. Bit of bot dev. Tinkering with trying to implement webhooks. Trying to figure out how to do that. If I introduce an I, does that work? Does it need deserialize and serialize at the same time? Well, I think from right this second, I'm going to implement this specifically. So, new JSON serializer option. The problem here is I just need to do camel case. That's all I'm doing that for, right? So that would be a little bit of overkill. When tooling fights each other. So right this second, that would be a little bit of overkill. It's here that I need to care more about that, right? So I need kind of an I, although I'll use it for both serialize and deserialize in this case. Serializer, what do I need here? I need the problem is if I register it in the base, I kind of need to re-register it or add to it. Is the issue. Well, I want to do this. Let's just do it. It's not webhook specific. That's a big challenge here. It's not message. What am I doing? What am I actually dealing as far as the serializer goes? I am creating something that I can call serialize and deserialize on that kind of abstracts. Doesn't necessarily abstract JSON. It's just I need to add some things to it. Like converters. So what is this thing? It's a serializer, and I don't want to register serializer and deserializer independently. That's going to get message on the brain. That's going to get messy. What do I want to? I want to write. I mean, essentially, I want to write that, but here I need to write something similar. Right, I need to do that. So that all the rules are tied up with this thing. I'm gonna go with something horrible just because it moves me forward. That moves me forward, right? Public string serialize T, public T deserialize, right? That's not nice. It's not nice. But it moves me forward, right? So these now function. The implementation of Twitch serializer. Base convert base. Create derived type Twitch serializer, right? So what's this going to do? Well, this is going to I mean, essentially, I'm going again. Statics are not fun to play with, right? Essentially, what I want to do is say, okay, var private JSON serializer options. New property naming. Case insensitive is really only a deserialize concern, I think. It means that if you get an object that has not been camel cased, you'll still be able to receive the object. Otherwise, it will ignore it. I fall foul of that so often. Yeah. Serialize T value options and then this is similar, right? Turn. Good. T. Something like that. Possible null reference. Default T. What do you like? Is an API in JSON using snake case? No, it's camel. It's camel. It's not snake. That's because that doesn't allow default. I want that. Yeah, actually, I do want that to be nullable. So let's make that nullable. Remember snake? Yeah. No, it's camel. It's not. But again, I'm kind of doing this because I want to. What I'm thinking here is what I do is do a constructor that actually takes these, right? And then that is just that doesn't matter then. Right. Now the challenge, real challenge. Move to the file. So this library, by the way, if anyone's looking and thinking, "Wow, that is messy," that's the side effect to just kind of throwing code at something, right? It's going to end up with a lot of code that does a lot of things and has a little structure. I'm kind of making things up as I go along, very much so here. I'm not thinking through what am I actually trying to do. I'm trying to think, what do I need to do now? And that's resulting in a structure that is not necessarily easy to follow. It probably ends up with a lot of redundancy that I could probably strip out. So at some point I need to go through and start ripping pieces out. So there's a lot of communications, channel reader, channel writer. This is part of the IRC part, right? So I've got now webhook, well, not necessarily webhook, but API level stuff involved with IRC components. So and then the webhooks is a specialization of some of those things. So it's not stunning. Yeah. Again, if you're interested in seeing the code for this is all on you. So using this method, right, now we need to inject the iTwitch serializer here. Now do that. That still works. To explicit filter. But it doesn't like it prefers doing this sort of stuff, right? That's what that is. So I'm referring to an explicit definition within my object rather than referring to the base object. But now I can do that, and that should work. So you're creating the JSON serializer from all over the place, is what you're saying. Now you want to move that to DI. Yeah. So then I'm programming myself down to another challenge here, right? I'm just writing code that moves me forward and stops the errors happening, so I can get to the actual true problem. But I'm about to hit another problem, right? Can you register a delegate? I have to register serialized and deserialized delegates. And it doesn't solve this next problem. Watch. Okay, so if I register the Twitch stream bot right now, I have to, right, in here, how am I going to do it? Right, I'm going to have to do something here. Services, add singleton, right, iTwitch serializer, provider goes to provider dot, so no, options equals new based on serializer options. Right. Turn new Twitch serializer with options. Delegates to create the options. Yes. Yeah, I suppose it could. But so the problem is, right, if I have so make this so instead of that create a no, that doesn't need to be there. So instead of that, we give it a delegate that returns options. So we can defer even passing this in. But I mean, it still hits the same problem, I think. I need to do this, and then I need to say options dot add converter, right? Converters to add. And then I need to do that reflectively, or not even reflectively in this case, I can register specific ones. But this has to, this has to exist in here when I add the bot. Or even, I mean, it doesn't need to happen there. It needs to happen add Helix or add client, whatever it has to happen in, right? Be consistent. Do not flip flop on those things. Yeah, I've got things like hard-coded strings and stuff. Awesome. I don't think I commands used. Yeah, we'll get rid of that one. Oh. We'll see. I don't think add commands is used in the same way anymore, but we'll find out afterwards. But no matter where I put it, right, to be able to do, you can re-register something, right? I want to do this. So I have the, I need to register this in part of the core library, right? Because now if I actually go and try and use the API, this request will need it. Well, this one wouldn't, but it should, right? However, if I've done any of this in here, I now need to in here, in this library, essentially say, hey, by the way, Twitch serializer. Or I need to add converters to it. So I can get an instance of it and say, and kind of override how I get it. And use. What I mean is, I need to be able to say, hey, by the way, if you've got Twitch serializer, now to get it again and add these converters. There's a pattern. There's got to be a pattern here that fits. cleanly. Yeah, for anyone just joining or whatever, what I'm trying to do is I have built my own twitchbot, right? So from a standard perspective, setting it up looks like this, right? Where you say, hey, well, ignore GPT stuff, but basically you say add Twitch stream bot, and there it is. That's now working with commands. So it will configure based upon your application settings. It will then start listening on IRC, and there you go, you're done. Right? If you need to use Helix or Kraken's still there, but it doesn't exist anymore. If you need to use the Twitch API or Helix, you can add them in as separate pieces, and then you kind of create this bot service yourself, which is a basic get up, start up, etc. So you can. This is roughly what you need to do. I'll actually create a stock version of this, I think, later. So you can just say use default service or something like that. That works fine, right? If you want to use webhooks, which is the part I'm focused on right now, the idea is that you can say, hey, now add webhooks. So the IRC component and the webhooks component are different. Here I'm adding Helix and Twitch API, adding Streambot. Again, I think this API probably doesn't. I kind of made them disconnect because you don't necessarily need the IRC components if you want to deal with Helix. Because if I'm doing something like setting up subscriptions, I don't need the bot. I don't need IRC. So this part kind of lives with that part. So we'll worry about that afterwards. It looks like it is about to go into ads. If you are listening and paying attention to what I'm saying, then you want me to wait, please just let me know. As I stream on YouTube as well, I tend to not stop, pause. Yeah, so the webhook stuff I am adding now. And again, what I want to do is make the registration of a webhook subscription nice and simple. So removing as much need for duplicate data and strings everywhere. So you don't have to have a lot of knowledge about what the hook requires to be able to register the hook. So from a coding perspective, you have the flexibility of saying, hey, I care about this event. I want to register for it. And that is kind of what I'm focused on right this second. I'm just trying to figure out some design challenges with how to get JSON serialization, deserialization to work. As you can see, I'm using it all over the place in a variety of ways. Kind of need to. I need to. I need to be able to add to it, right? Because I could right now, because of the way this is, I could essentially do from services, I Twitch serializer, right? That would then remove the need for that. Now I can do serializer.deserialize. That would work. So now I've wrapped up all the behavior in there. It looks like you use one set of JSON options for Twitch API and another for webhooks. They have different options. But that's what I'm trying to get away from here. I realize that I've used it all over the place and I end up just redefining options, etc. So maybe I'm solving multiple problems, trying to solve multiple problems with one solution. because realistically what I want to say is here, now I know I'm using webhooks. Or even when I add webhooks, even. Add webhooks, right? I mean, essentially what I'm looking to do is say, okay, well, services start, to kind of provider level. By here kind of makes sense. Because I can do app.provide services.get required service. My Twitch serializer, right? Oh, spelling seems to be very difficult for me today. And, now I know about converters. That's essentially, that's basically what I'm trying to do. I know it exists. I know the Twitch serializer exists. I'll put register 2 delegates, something like public delegate, JSON serializer options, create Twitch API options. Another public delegate, JSON serializer options, create webhook options. Register both of those in BI. And in the code, just then inject, create the options locally. Gotcha. I think I understand what you're talking about. So we get rid of that. I'm going in so I don't leave it left lying around. I kind of know what you're talking about. Let's create a directory delegate. I need to have. Yeah. Okay. Delegate. I do not. I think I know what you mean. Let me see if I'm on one track. So in this instance, I would inject. Oh no, I don't need it. Oh, I kind of do, right? So in here, I would inject the create Twitch API. So I can I can still use a JSON serializer. I just give it the options from its parent, and I know which one I'm asking for because I'm in the library I need to be in. Twitch API. So I can just do create Twitch API options. That would be delegate, right? Options. And that would be a public delegate JSON serializer. Yeah, options. That's that delegate. And then I can just do options that way. And again, because I'm in this part of the API, I know that I need that type. But because I can inherit from it, if I need Twitch API options, I can have them defined. So move that out to delegates. What are you doing, dogs? I need to go check on them because they're acting really funny, like they're eating something or option delegate. So my apologies if I am away. Public delegate. No. Based on serializer options. Take anything. Finds it. Okay. And then in dependency injection. Yeah. I'll be right back. I just need to check on these two. Yeah. Then we'll do this. I think this works. Okay, I'm back. Sorry about that. Ooh, one of the dogs jumped up and scratched right across my face. You can leap higher than you expect. So the other day I went to karate and I scratched across the side of my head. And right now I've got one right across the bottom of my face. So we'll see. Fun. We're just playing. Okay, so in DI now, in my extensions here, right? So now in this instance, I can do services.add singleton, create Twitch options delegate is provider. Actually, I don't need provider, but let's put it there for right a second. Function. I don't even need a factory, a static class or anything. You can do this with just, there's a way of doing this. I've done this before. I don't often register. Yeah, okay, that was.
Yeah, it's getting an instance. It's getting a method. Yeah. Okay. And I can do property name sensitive is true. So that works for serialization and deserialization. And then I need to do something similar in webhooks where I register another delegate. And create which webhook options delegate. Right? Now in here, I can inject that. I've already got an example of using delegates in there, so yeah. Options. I can use webhooks, for instance. Create Twitch web. Did I call it the same thing right now? Yeah, I did. Create Twitch webhook options delegate. So I see where a class might be useful there, or a static. But for right now, I don't need to do that. And then this goes back to being a JSON serializer, which is it's okay for me to know that this is JSON serializer. And I can give it options there. Can resolve JSON serializer. Helps if you use the right types. So if you're in the stream and you're hanging out and you're wondering what the heck I'm doing, do not feel afraid to ask a question, to try and dig deeper. The stream is not about my productivity. It never is. It's about just writing code and being able to talk about code and talk about all this sort of stuff. If you like what I'm doing, you can obviously talk about it more. If you don't like what I'm doing, I'm okay to learn different ways of doing things. I'm okay to different opinions on how something should be done. It's perfectly fine to discuss. Better software is not written through in a vacuum, right? It's better to have other people who have different experiences, different opinions, different education, talking about this stuff. So now I don't need that. I need create Twitch webhook options delegate that has options, which means that this can now be JSON serializer again. And then I can do options. It means I get the right ones. Okay, I kind of like that. That definitely fits. It gives me all the control I need without having to hide the fact that I'm using JSON or abstract the fact that I'm using JSON. Create Twitch webhook options delegate options. Again, I can do JSON serializer here. I can give this options as a method because it is calling the method to it. Again, it's serial. Now, because I'm serializing, deserializing, that shouldn't make a difference. But I won't know until I try. So, okay, so that should all build. I know that I haven't defined it in the webhooks yet. But... Okay, so now I don't need to worry so much about service collection, webhook configuration builder. If I do that in here, add secret, but no. No, I'm about to do that, right? I'm going to figure out webhook configuration builder, index services, need a constructor because we need to public void initialize services dot add singleton
create Twitch webhook option. Like we'll revisit the name later. That's for certain. I think there's some definite. I get what it is, but I think I need to make it more explicit. But yeah, that's not a problem right now. So then we can do converters. Just challenging. How do I do it in the other one? So the secret provider, add secret provider, delegate, add delegate, delegate stuff. So I didn't create a delegate. I created delegates static. This is kind of what you're talking about, yeah. That's how I managed to get. But I need provider. Well, so that's going to be a challenge. Can I do provider? I can do it that way, okay. So I need to be able to say, although I do know exactly, I don't need to use reflection here because I know exactly what I'm registering. Can't you redecorate the enum property? We're jumping back to my previous design, the other stuff. Does that work? Do you think, does that? Well, until doing this, I have not used converters in any great amount. I'm not a big fan of using the attributes. That can work. I'm going to feel like an idiot, aren't I? Because that's going to make everything I've done kind of like, silly. Like I still see the benefit of providing the options globally through DI. I don't think that's silly. JSON converter type of description parameters dot converter. Problem is that that's going to be a nightmare. Right, that goes on that class. Will that work? Let's try. So I still think that's okay. I'm perfectly on board with still making the delegate. That's not going to be a problem. Let's have a look. I'll know pretty quick. You can test it pretty quick. Well, he says. Initialize. That's bad. That's not a nice design. Like that. No. That's janky. Go to initialize. I mean, it's not like you have to worry about that. It's all internalized anyway, so.
Okay, so the way I'm going to test this is going to be a little difficult. Add webhooks. I can do app.map get verify. I'm going to do Twitch Helix. Platform services. Get the request. Helix. Import that. Equal that. Follow. Request dot. Essentially, I'm doing this. Okay, so it should do it. What we're hoping on is it will do it. Because this is not the hardest problem I have to solve for this, right? Subscribe request. Right. The point is here. Where's authentication come in? Actually, this doesn't matter. So if it hits this point, that can't happen. So it doesn't really make a difference. Let's make this async. And we'll make that, again, doesn't really matter. Because I will get to the point of doing this pretty soon. So I'll subscribe request. Right. That fails, etc. So, well, so there's two different pieces here, right? There's the enum conversion, and then there's this custom build version where I'm going to take the attributes and build that object. So, this is, once this works, I don't have to think about it again, right? The library is then improved to the point where you can just use a bit of code, say, hey, register for this subscription, here's what you need. And that's my goal, right? So that you could just check out this library and say, hey, I need to care about this webhook, and have all those pieces know how to handle getting you that webhook, and then also listening to it. So my goal would be you add the library, say add webhooks, you create a handler for the event that will automatically try and register that event for you, and then start listening to it on the point you specify. So as a developer, it gets out your way quickly. Whether it's a good design, I don't know, but we will see. So ultimately, I should, if I hit this endpoint on webhook testing, I should be able to get into that breakpoint. Okay, so it started up. Part number 1. Check. Bot. Test paths. Oh. Verify API. I need to do a post. Oh, I get, not to get. Awesome. Stunning API design. To HTTPS, localhost, 7224. I'm doing it off screen because it doesn't really make a difference whether you see it or not, this part. Verify. No service for type, API, Twitch Helix has been registered. That would make sense, because I'm testing webhooks. So if I do builder.services.add Helix, builder.configuration, tool use, cool use case would be where you can do builder, add Twitch webhooks, new, that would be pretty cool actually. Not impossible. The challenge is getting after everything started. But not impossible. Right. So yeah, if you have any questions, if anybody watching has any questions, yeah, feel free to ask. Wow, I managed a 3-hour stream on the day off. Object reference not set for an instance of an object where it gets in here, Helix is set, subscribe request. Oh, no. Oh, because I'm not registering the request. That's an interesting action. Oh. But previously what I was doing is I was doing an activated.create instance. The AI will not just give you a default instance if you give it a solid implementation. So what I wanted to do is construct an instance of that object and give it any dependencies it has, right? Is that actually possible? Get required service. I want it to do. I'm pretty sure it will throw a fit if you don't get it. Yeah, I'll throw a fit if you don't have it. Rather than return null. Get service. So the problem is I have now not registered this. Previously I was doing activate.create instance, but being that I need DI, when I say helix.getRequest, and I'm using Helix to do it because, or the instance to do it because what it will do is it will also give it an instance of itself. Because I don't want to, again, this is specific now. Previously it wasn't specific. Designing myself into a whole 1 step forward, 10 steps back. Sorry. I don't want to do any crazy mess over that part. I can make it work for right this second. Right. I say builder.services.add transient add scope even. I think it should work because there's nothing single to that path. Subscribe, webhook request, follow. Right, I just need DI registers for it. Considering what I'm testing, that's all I need to get to. We hit this breakpoint, we're in good stead. Yeah, actually, if we get here, we should be good because we've got our content. Okay, so that's that. We have an object of that. Get in there. Dang it. Broke. Serialization and deserialization of system.type instances is not supported. But I'm not trying to deserialize and serialize type. Serialization, so I'm getting the attribute, trying to set type, right? This is not serialized. I don't care about this. But I'm not trying to serialize this object. So, okay, first challenge, is it getting to the converter? Right? Is it getting in here? If it's not, what it's doing there is it's trying to serialize this object. I suspect that's what's happening. Yeah. It's not actually picking up that serializer. Because that's because it's on an abstract class. Try do it on there. That's the instance of it, or the implementation of it, not the instance. Nope. Okay, so let's now register it explicitly. Move that off there. No, I'm going to move it out of that class, basically. Converter, JSON converters, subscription parameters. Move that out to scope. Subscription parameters. Serialization. But that might be one of the longest class names I've written in a long time, but that makes it explicit. What if it still needs to be added to the options and you're just picking which one to use in the attribute? Yeah, maybe. So I'm going to add it as an explicit. Challenge is this part. You have to create an instance of it. Oh, hold on. What the heck did that do then? JSON converter of this, where T subscription event is webhook based event, where T subscription condition is subscription condition. Oh, because it got that previously from this. It could infer them before. So the challenge is now registering this for the individual message type. So now can I create JSON converter type of subscription the problem is I need T subscription event. But I don't know about these here, that's the problem. So that has to be that. Yeah, this might not be something I can achieve very cleanly. Cannot create an instance because contains generic parameters is true.
So that time it did actually work. It did pull this. But because this is generic, it threw a fit. Because I can't have that as a generic. So then I go back to, this doesn't need to live there. This doesn't need to live there. Public string type gets set. Well, public string version gets set. Get rid of all, because all I'm doing is getting type and version. Get rid of all of that. No, get rid of the entire converter. And then remove that. Then change. That to be CTOR that call base. So is all of this so you can figure out from the notification what to serialize? Yeah, so I'm using the one class to gather all the information. So if I change the class definition, I don't have to change all the code. So I'm not relying upon me adding. So ultimately, what you actually asked for before, what you didn't ask for, but what you suggested before would be possible, because then I could loop through all the types and then infer everything I need to infer. And this would help with that, right? There's some exceptions, but yeah. I need to may hear some dogs barking shortly. It's that time of day. Yeah, so I was trying to make sure that, because I know the event, once I know the event type, I know the version and the actual message. So I'm trying to get rid of the hard-coded strings everywhere, right? So I know these two pieces of information, because I've had to build them to get to, when I deserialize this event, to map to the actual object, right? So I use that in reverse. So it seems nonsensical to have me hard code those pieces. So subscription parameters here, right? If I have string type, I can't do it that way. That's the problem. Have you tried just getting a notification in the webhook as a JSON element? You can just use the way to get the type string of the dictionary to look at the types of these two. No, everything you've seen, I've tried to through this. So, protected set. I know what I'm doing is messy. This is why I don't stream this stuff. It's like, this is messy. Condition transport. Base. Transport. Incorrect number. Oh, this just needs transport. Doesn't need subscription event. Oh yeah. Because now only this needs subscription event. So now I can do
that code that I was getting before. Var attribute equals type of T subscription event dot get attribute, custom attribute. That's going to take webhook event attribute. If attribute on null, then type equals attribute dot event, version equals attribute dot version. You know, when you just get focused on one thing. Yeah, I do have a lot of code. But yeah, to that point, you know, you get focused on achieving something and then just write and don't actually concentrate on whether you could do something better at a certain point. I've gone past that point. So I don't think I'm making solid, productive choices everywhere here. I think I'm just more focused on getting the result I want to see and then validate that I'm right about how it's behaving. And all I'm trying to do here is improve that API so I don't have to keep repeating myself on certain things. So with that done, where's that? That is. So now here, when I serialize it won't matter because it's actually done in here. So let's have a look. Let's see if this even works. So when I hit send, that's still work. I did all that with it, still work. So I'm not trying to be clever here. I'm not trying to be, I'm not trying to over-engineer. I am over-engineering a little bit to some extent, but I've seen other options for this, right? I've seen what happens when someone just tries to throw everything at it. Every type of bot dev I've seen has been chaotic and disconnected at times because it's just the nature of it. So I get the attribute. Now that attribute gives me the event and actually the required permission, which is where I was heading to start with on this journey, and the version. So now I can set those pieces of information. So when I hit go, I shouldn't remove the thing. Whoops. Twitch just got a message that it rejected. So if I hit F5, now the content should can I get content? The way of getting that actual out. JSON serializer dot parameters dot serialize parameters options. So all that was for this. Yeah. Place find with find that. Define. Oh, does not help me. It's got it right. So I've got channel.follow and the version, condition, and the broadcaster user ID, transport method, webhook, and the callback all sat in there now, right? So that works. This will then add the headers. And then it will serialize that, deserialize that response, and that response will tell me whether it actually did subscribe, because this again will get back all this sort of stuff, right? Again, this will come back with this type of, this got, you know, this is not a tiny API, and I decided to implement it all at once so that I had kind of got a feeling for how it actually all fit together. that solves that problem. He says. I want to test one thing and then. Oh, nice. It shipped early. Awesome. By the way, this is why I asked about the camel case and snake case, where you have a lot of JSON property name in your models and they all go like, oh, yes, true. Yeah, actually, yeah, you're right. I forgot about that. That's just me. That's Twitch. In the webhook code. API. Oh. Bot events. Yeah, Twitch has. Yeah, broadcast the user on. Yeah, they use that. Yeah. True. But the way the JSON serialization works, that camel case stuff actually only matters for serialization. So when I send properties, it will serialize that way. Or it will use the JSON property name, right? So by default, it will do it as camel case. The case insensitive stuff is, yeah. I did not know they'd introduced snake name, case naming. That's pretty cool. I didn't know they'd introduced that, to be honest. I hadn't seen it. I've only ever known there to be camel casing there, so that's what, camel casing. That's cool. So what you're saying is I could get rid of those JSON property names and say, yeah, I can use a snake naming policy as well. Yeah, if I trusted Twitch to be consistent, well, actually, it looks pretty. They are pretty consistent about snake. So that could be a big refactor, yeah. So part of the reason I'm doing this piece right now, I'm trying to get the bot running again, is because I want to kind of lean into the whole agile platform thing and kind of either use channel point redemptions or even just stream bot commands to be able to add things to the stream. So things like, hey, this is a good idea for the future, add it in and kind of make my list, right? Where you see something I can improve, I'll add in that. So, by the way, so right this second, the only way of realistically testing this is for me to build this, and that's why they weren't debugging properly, because they're both that way. Go in here. Oh, I need to do a version increment there. As I learned yesterday, I need to make sure I increment both these at the same time because they are kind of intertwined at this point on certain things. Here, 14, cd stream bot. Webhooks in release, then put that webhooks call Get to post to AC. Welcome. Thank you for the follow. Ooh, I got some serious naming problem with that. Ugh. I'm not pushing these packages yet to NuGet, but I've got a naming problem there. Okay for right a second, but okay. They should update. Yep. Update those to version 14. Then now, because of that, I can remove those two pieces. There we go. That needs to be of type follow. Oh yeah, still needs to solve my DI problem. Yes, I'm running a local NuGet. I started pushing stuff to NuGet for some of the other libraries and realized that there is a massive gap in the because of the caching. So I created a local NuGet, so I pushed the local, and then when things are working better, I can push remote. So for right this second, I do need to define this DI. It's not a major problem, but add scope. So now we can put a breakpoint here, and that's this. And be careful not to show my secrets on screen. Let's go. So again, the goal of this is so I can just have a local dashboard. I've got a Blazor up on screen, but that's neither here nor there. I hit subscribe, I hit this endpoint. Try not to show anything that I might need. Then I should hit F5 and not have a crash. No such luck. Object reference. Okay. Well, might not have failed outright. The goal with this page, by the way, is so I can actually go in and see what I'm subscribed to. I cut that out because it was just being slow. But the idea is it would actually render all that. Alex, welcome. Hope you're well. Yeah, you managed to make a stream. It might not be lasting very much longer, but you did manage to make it. Want to see good bot dev? Go there. It's been a day. So, I've been trying to be productive. Okay, so let's have a look. Let's see if this hits. That does not hit. Why does that not hit? Uninitialized. Response has data. Get here. Response is null. That's why. Get users by name. So, why are you failing? Okay, so names. So again, what I'm trying to do here is I'm kind of trying to wrap up requests as default things, but this one is one that's always going to be needed. And I think my token is probably expected, yeah, 401. That's a rabbit hole that is not worthy of going down while on stream because it's a lot of secret screens. But that's why it's not. That's probably not why it's not working. I'm getting weird. Although I did. Gotta love token off my yeah. So that's why. Even if I got that piece working, it wouldn't work. It wouldn't work because I don't have the actual token I need here, right? I'm pretty sure my bot does not have that permission. So if you look at webhooks, channel subscriptions, like documentation, passion, channel, yeah, there it is. I need moderator read followers. There's not a chance that I have that permission for that scope. So my next phase would be to go and say, okay, well, if I go and look at that event, right, because they kind of gone ahead and implemented every single event, right? If I go and look at this event, here's the required permission. Now, do I have that permission registered? No, I don't. Okay, you're looking to create a handler for this, therefore we're going to need to create this permission. So from the dashboard side of things, right, from this side, this code would be genericized, is my goal. So, like you said, Unicus, the goal would be to do something like this in DI. So when we add webhooks, configure.subscribe, and then this just takes an array or something like that, right? And that says, okay, I want to subscribe to follow, I want to subscribe to, redeem, etc. Right? And you can just give it a list of the types you want to do, and it will register them. Right? Yes. Yeah. So, or even better, if I create a handler for it, so what will happen is, with the way this is being built, when it starts up, it registers the endpoint for the webhooks. So they come in there. It then dispatches that as an event. So you get an actual solid object. So this will dispatch to this thing, and now I can do what I want with the follow event, right? So I can react to this, I can DI, I can do, inject a database right here. I can do all those sorts of things with these handlers. And it will give me the published event. So I can just do event.message.username or user ID or whatever. And I can do all those sorts of things. So I don't even need to say, hey, subscribe to these. I can just say, what handles have you implemented? And it will automatically subscribe when it starts up, right? Because it can get all this information. I say automatically, I mean with a lot of reflection and a lot of work. But the biggest challenge with Twitch is because these things, right? Different things require different authorization, require different parameters. But I've got to make sure that's possible. I don't see any major issues. So as long as I say, hey, like the follow, as long as I say you require this permission, I can get a list of permissions from all these at the beginning. And I can say, now go and get my authorization. And here's the scopes I care about, right? And I only have to do it once per app start. And if I don't change the permissions, because I can, again, store them, if I don't change those scopes, I should call that required scopes. Or required scope. If I don't change that, then I don't need to reauth. Or don't need to reauth, essentially. Because you pass the scopes when you authorize, and you get a token, and that's the token you pass. But Twitch requires different tokens to be passed to different endpoints for registration. So it's a pain, right? So sometimes you'll need to send where's that defined? That is defined. I think the overview somewhere. No, the north. Right? And again, getting auth tokens. So sometimes some of these endpoints require user, some require app. So that's going to be the next challenge, figuring out which one I need. But the goal would be that if I can do it, all you need to do is register the handler. And by registering the handler, it will go and get you all the relevant pieces when it starts up. And then you can just worry about coding. So the code would look something like this. And again, some of these pieces. Yeah. Hey, Dog Fox, how are you doing? you can cache both in options and let it reload on its own. Yeah. So this piece, this is the webhooks. PubSub, I'm not messing around with right now. But then to add the bot, that's all you do for the bot, right? And I kind of follow a similar pattern, right? This doesn't need to happen. I wish TwitchLib was already like that. This sounds like a fantastic foundation for things like that. Focusing on coding. Right. And that's kind of what I want to do, right? Because I don't like having to go back and, like, I've seen a lot of different dev on Twitch stuff, and it ends up being chaotic. And that's, I've watched your dev on that, but it does end up being that way because of the way you have to work with the libraries, right? And that's not yours specifically. That's everybody's implementation. Because once they use TwitchLib, there's only a certain way of using TwitchLib, and then everything else you kind of have to extend on the end. Yeah. So I want to abstract that as best I can. So you don't need to worry about that piece because I know how to do those things for you. Now, if the way I'm doing that, though, if someone was to build a dependency on this, right, then Twitch change everything, the entire thing is busted, right? So there's a lot of challenges there. I don't know if you've seen this, but if you look at event sub right now, you go to webhook events, actually subscription types, new channel chat message. They are moving to using webhooks for chat. Yeah, that's the only flaw of it all. And Twitch does have a habit of pulling the rug short. Yeah. So this is all the stuff that's in the current chat message in the IRC. So they've implemented this. So, yeah. Yeah. So the way my bot works so far is, like, if I want to run this, this is also my GPT testing bot, by the way. So if I want to run the bot, will this build? Will this run? No, hello command. I need a command at some point. I need some form of command. So I do hello command. So I can add commands from different, so I can actually have my commands stored separately. So to do a command, I do iTwitch command, Twitch command. I think I can just do hello, and I can do. I thought I implemented aliases there as well, but obviously not. And then you have can execute, so this just returns true. And then this will do, this just needs to do return hello. So now that should run, he says with confidence. Why is that looking so busted? Name hello command. Pretty sure that's called hello command. I think we're having a bit of a moment, aren't we? Did I forget how to program? Okay, we'll do the turn it off, turn it back on again. There's my IntelliSense. Yeah. Oh, it's busted. But why is it busted? There's something I'm missing here. Okay, let's see what happened. There's your complaint. There you go. Configure, add commands, type of hello dot assembly. Right, you can't say it doesn't exist now. There you go. So the way my bot works is I should now be able to go over here and say hello. Right, that's working. Well, let's stop doing that. So if I want to implement a new command, I should just be able to do, so I think I demoed this yesterday, shout out command. And then I can do Twitch command, SO, Twitch command. So what I can do here is I can do return message.isinRole stream role dot broadcaster, so I can prevent anyone other than me doing it. And then I can do message. Really? You don't know how to use that? Message dot. I have to use my own library. Command dot argument. Sorry. Yeah, there we go. Arguments dot element at 0. Right. So that should allow me to shout out, but no one else. That should be just start up now. Once it's running, should just be able to do shout out. So let's just do that again. Right. But no one else should be able to do that. So the permissions should be there. So that's the goal. That's always my goal when it comes to writing code like this. Is I just want to be able to do the thing I need. So this does support dependency injection. So I can again inject a database in here. So the reason I'm doing bot dev is that I want to be able to say, hey, provide something like, hey, remember you need to clean up line 54 or 65 or whatever, right? And then that would be able to store remember, right? So from my perspective, I want to get to this quicker. Remember command. So I should just be able to say, hey, Twitch command, remember, Twitch command, right? Now I could also say, return message.isinRole streamRole dot subscriber or VIP, etc. Right? So, for this command, I might just say, yeah, true. But now I can do dependency injection. I can inject a database in here. I can do all sorts of other things in here, and it will just work. So I should now be able to do remember this. Did that not start? No, it did not start. We just tested that, so whatever I'm doing wrong, I don't know why, but that's the goal. That's not, I don't know why that failed specifically right then. But overall, that's what's meant to happen. So, similarly as well, so semantic kernel stuff, right? If I want to add that feature in, what I can do is I can say, okay, well, I want to add middleware. And how that works is, first it applies a command middleware. So everything's assessed, are you a command? Down in the bowels of the app, everything becomes a Twitch message. So the first thing it does, it pulls it all apart and gives it this message and pulls all the headers out, so you have all that information. So if I want to implement this from webhooks, I could do it and then use the same message and find it. That just makes a lot of it much easier from a parsing perspective. But yeah, so it pulls out the message, but then if you want to add middleware, you should just be able to go here and say configure the add messaging middleware, and then I can create sample middleware. So if I want to add layers on top of the bot, I should be able to do iMessaging middleware, right? And now this will do, this has a context, so it knows the message, and I can test that message, right? So I'm passed in the message that it's dealing with, and I can return whether I want to do something or want to cancel, etc. Message result dot success, right? Or no action. So if I want to bail out and fail, then I can return it's a bad one, so it'll stop processing the pipeline. Then where that would go would be, I'd say, add sample middleware, right? Now all messages will go through the middleware, right? They'll first get processed, are you a command? If they're not a command, they'll get passed down further. If they are a command, it'll stop processing and give you that result. So you see how this is here, but now I can just say, there's a way of doing this, Twitch connection, right, I think. And I can say connection dot send message. There's a way of doing this, and I can't remember. But now I can get, not that. Where's Twitch connection? Twitch connection is welcome port. No, that's not what I want. So if I want to talk back to the stream, I can do. Is kind of where I want to head. Stream output. Yeah, so I need stream output. So I need bot communication. Stream output. There you go. Stream output. And I can say output dot send to stream. Hello from middleware. Right. So now when I start up, if I send any message, actually, if I send any message, it's going to do it. So if I do context.message user dot name equals EBD gamer, and that just wants me to bail out sooner, I suppose. So if I send a message, it should write hello from middleware, but if anyone else sends a message, it should not, is the goal. Whether it works or not, I haven't tested this with anybody else but myself, so hello. Yeah, there you go. So now the middleware is applied. So if I want to do something like intercept some other type of message, or like in this case, semantic kernel messages, right? I can just layer this on top of my bot. I don't have to change the command infrastructure. I don't have to change any of those pieces. I can layer the specific piece on. I can look for things. I can look for tags. I can verify the users. I can apply special behavior. I can monitor messages, right? And it just gets layered on top. If I want to start a process that it goes off and does something else, I can do that in here, and then this can return and handle off. So that's so cool. I can't get over how much I dig this approach. To me, it's a logical way of dealing with it, right? It's a clean way. It's an extensible way. I can apply new behavior to the API or to the tooling without worrying about, I've got to go in and dig into the bowels of the code. Because I did start by trying to work with TwitchLib when I first started streaming, and after a year or two, I just so yeah. So the goal of this is very much extensible. You know, you can add on top. So like, if you check out the bot code, GitHub. So my TBD develop, it's going to return that every time. We'll turn that off, eh? We'll remove the middleware. If you check out, so on TBD develop, the bot code is all there. So everything I'm working on here is there. The version that has the webhooks and stuff, that's still in progress, as you've seen. But the core bot code is still working like this, I believe. I can't remember where I was because I don't do this all the time. And people don't find this, people definitely don't find bot code from me very interesting. I don't do a lot of it. UD.bot. Right, so Twitch stream bot is the core. Then there you can add. Yeah, I think I refactored a lot of this. Yeah, middleware is all in here. So by default, it applies the command middleware. And if you want to do debugging on it, you can apply, I think you saw that then. Let's see if it works. I can do configure, add middleware, add console middleware. Right. So if I want to do debugging, I should be able to do that. And then in the console, hello from here, it just outputs that. So it tells me that I can see messages coming in. And yeah. So from a debugging perspective, I can add the console when I have it, though when I'm running it normally, it's not bothering with that piece of the work. And again, obviously I can apply sample middleware, so I can still do configure. And the order matters. That's one thing. I would not want to add that twice. I think it I think it debounces it, so I don't end up with it multiple times. But now if I send a message, hello. Interesting that it knows that's me, but yeah. Ooh. That's causal loop of some form. That just told me all those in chat, right? Join entries, yeah. True. Yeah, join entries. But you can debug it, right? I can make that do more. So that's the beauty of adding the middleware approach. I can actually put in a diagnostic middleware that only runs when I'm in development mode. It keeps it kind of clean. So yeah, that's my bot. Right. Ha. Hey, you I would not like to do that. Oh, thank you. Thank you. I know you know the difficulties of writing a bot, that's for certain. Considering the features you have, right, it's impressive. But yeah, so this is inspired by you. Definitely inspired by you. So yeah, one day maybe we can sit down and go through this piece. So the idea of this middleware, I don't know if it'd work, so I can't. So if somehow a bot command gets through, then it will ignore that, and it's not a private, because it actually does know the difference between a join, private message part, etc. So it knows about these pieces. Yeah, and if it contains, so if it has the words tbd.bot, or it doesn't have it, it'll bail out quicker, right? So it says no action, no action, no action. So it bails out if it doesn't respond to it. So it's looking to see if the content contains, it's a simple thing. But then it communicates with, now there's no way this works, right? Let's see. The memory stuff will not work for certain. I think I've been tinkering with that separately. Let's add. So, configure add middleware, semantic kernel middleware. My tokens, everything I don't know about. So, this is a complete experiment. Hey, tbd.bot. What's your favorite game? context, yeah, is broken. Oh no, there you go. It did reply. Now it won't remember that because the memory stuff is kind of still in flux. Because I've been tinkering with different versions of how to introduce memory, store it, etc. It seems like the best way is one way, but that's kind of why I'd like to go through with someone who's actually done the prompts and stuff and see if there's something I can do there that's different. But yeah, well, that's the purpose. My bot, I want to kind of say, hey, what's your favorite game or what's your favorite programming language? And then kind of when you come into the stream, converse with you over those pieces if you need to. So you can just say, hey, or when you join, it's going to say, hey, did you know about that game? But yeah. This could turn into the ultimate rubber ducky too. Yeah, could do. Yeah. People could talk to it about the projects and could remember and talk about them. Yeah, you could remember things, details. So that's kind of what I would like to do. So retrieve memory, etc., is kind of difficult right now, but it does know some context. So yeah, maybe yeah. So this code is this code is not committed to the repo. So the semantic kernel stuff isn't there, but it would be. So yeah. Bettina, welcome. Just time I love for C#. Let me ask, did you find decent documentation to work from for the semantic kernel? Or did you use that my Galaxy brain? No, I did not find decent. So the documentation changed. I literally looked at it like on a Friday, and on a Sunday, the documentation was completely incorrect. They changed the APIs when they released an RC version. So it was kind of like piecing it back together. And then I was looking at what they did do and kind of trying to figure it out. So, I intend to go back to it. It's just time. Yeah. Okay. But yeah, maybe we can arrange some time to go through, look at the kernel stuff on a call. Maybe we'll grab deflux as well someday and kind of go through some of these pieces and what it means. Yeah. Yeah, starting into C# and trying to pick up C++ for game dev law. I use C# for my desktop app. Makes developing so simple to me. You use C# for game dev as well. Will it let me do this right now? The three of us. It could be. Yeah. See if that still works. There you go. Satolix it does Unity dev in C#, so you can use C# for game dev. And Godot is also pretty cool. Yeah, the challenge with Unity is the version of C# is so far behind that you might use some features as you're learning C# that then don't work in Unity, so it might kind of distract you or put you off. So it is worth knowing. Yeah. Nice. Well, there is an awesome game dev community on Twitch that I would highly recommend. Starting with Tito here. Still on C# for Unity 2. It's possible. Unity just teaches a few bad habits, but it's easily corrected. Yeah. Time, experience, yeah. Okay. unfortunately, I do have to. I have to end here. No. Your community is an inspiration, and it is the way you lead it, the way that you interact with it, the positivity in that stream is fantastic, and it's one that's awesome to be in. So I appreciate you. So, I stumbled on C# making a career for Arc Ascended, and it's blossomed very nice. Nice, yeah. I mean, I've been doing C# for a long time. So if you've been watching the stream, not all of this comes easily. Some of it is a little bit more advanced for certain. But C#'s a very nice, friendly language to learn and to grow into. It's very powerful. And there's lots you can do with it, and Microsoft supports it very well. So it's definitely worth building something around. Yeah, I have the advantage of 20 years of C# development, so I have been doing it for quite a while. Liking it is all it takes. Keep that passion, you'll go far. Yeah. Good time in D-Flux. 4 months, that's a long time. Doesn't feel like a long time all the time. So, but, yeah. Anyway. I think we are going to, sorry, I'm just checking on messages. It's lunchtime for family, so that's why I have to call it here. We're going to read over to Canny. Don't know how to pronounce that then. Also a fantastic game dev using Godot and C#. Oh, no, not C#. He's using GD script. Sorry. I could shout out all sorts of people. Actually, I can shout out all sorts of people. So we're going to go over and see Canny Dev. There's also Apex Pixelated. It's also a worthwhile follow if you're interested in C# game dev. I do have the power. I've returned that power. The ultimate goal is to run this in a Docker instance. Get some database stuff hooked up to it. So again, my sole focus right now is, hey, adding some sort of interactivity with the Agile platform stuff. So the regular dev. So I don't do game dev, mainly because I'm a potato, and my world is app dev. But there's a lot of great game devs, and we're going to raid one. Canny has awesome overlays and stuff, and is developing all sorts of cool stuff. So, yeah. I will be back again on Monday morning. We were going to go and do, we're going to work on Water Drink Water. Again, inspired by yourself. Which is an app for tracking water. Actually, someone, I think it was Decidius, maybe, or author said, when they see that now, they read it like Cetobot. This is meant to do that. So, yeah. But that is an app to build on stream with people to go through PRs and learn those sorts of things. So if you're getting into C# and you want to learn how to develop and stuff, and working in an application, that is one that's worthy of checking out. And now we're accepting pull requests and new issues to get into it. We grow it. So there we go. So thank you very much for joining me. Have a great weekend if I don't see you around. Tito, it's been great to have you in for once. Yes, we're raiding. We're going over to Canny. So please join me. I know at least two of you will. No worries. It's been fun to have you here to show off my bot stuff, right? And I'll continue working on some of these webhooks things. So take care all. Have a great rest of your day. And I will I'll come and say hi to Canny, but then I've got to run and get lunch. So take care all. Bye.